How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience. How do you make your PUBG image smoother? Large-scale sweeping and fast movements can be hard on the eyes. A higher refresh rate ensures smoother movements, which enhances the experience.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to eXTREMESLAND Inter-City Cup. This is Malaysia versus Singapore. In the first game we have in Arangel, Singapore took it by storm. They had 9 remaining players left in the round itself. So this is brought to you by GAM3ASIA and Orange Esports. I'm sure all of you are excited to see what went down in the first game. Unfortunately, we did not have a stream. I'm sure Orange Esports caught all the action over there, but from second map onwards, we will have the action covered. My name is and let's just go through some of the maps that we will be seeing in this tournament today. So it's kind of like a friendly tournament, not so friendly when you put 2 countries who have been head-to-head for not only esports as well. So for the first map, first and second map, we will have Arangel. On the third and fourth map, we will have Miramar, and the fifth, we will have Sunhook. So those are the maps in orders. And in the second game itself, we could see something a little bit different as compared to the first map, where we saw, Singapore teams taking a lot of the key positions and pushing together as a team as a whole. And for the Malaysian side, they are really strong in firepower. We saw that earlier into the game, taking a couple of Singaporean teams out, especially if you consider them, being really aggressive, dropping school and taking a couple of maps, or rather a couple of key positions like Georgia Pool and so on and so forth. But in the second game, we could see the Singaporean teams, develop or adopt a different strategy as compared to the first, and I'm sure that the Malaysian side will be doing the same as well. I've been speaking to some of the Singapore teams, and they are pretty confident going to the second one despite having lesser man power as compared to the Malaysian side. So let's just go through some of the teams that we will be seeing from the Singapore side. We will have Battle Royale, Singapore Rectify Esports, Team KCHO, and Team MSK, and last but not least, WTFIA. The rest of the players from Singapore side will be in solos. We have grouped them in groups as well, so it will be interesting to see how the team chemistry works out and how the strategies play out themselves. So I'm sure that the teams are already in flight, so let's just jump right into the game and see where they will be landing. For those who have just tuned in to the stream, we are in map number 2 of the Inter-City Cup. So right now you can take a look at the map on the screen itself. You can see most of the Malaysian teams, they will be numbered from 1 to 10. Singapore will take 11 all the way up to 17 if I'm not wrong. We have 5 squads and 2 solos. Right, so you can see, most of the Malaysian teams dropping a little bit later as compared to Singapore teams. A couple of them dropping towards the south side. And this is pretty interesting because you see a lot of the Malaysian teams converging towards near, I do believe it is school. So we have 3 or 4 teams going for school itself. So let's just take a look at what we have over here. So I'm Nix, currently in Team KCHO. And he's going to be all alone over here, so he's going to be quite comfortable. Let's take a look at the rest of the teams, or rather teams that are quite near one another at this point of time. We do see Young In over here. This is one of the two teams that are, you know, made up of solo players. Young In on this motorbike looks like he might be picking up that kill. The misery with Young In as well. Looks like they will be heading south to join the rest of the Singaporean teams. Well, as of now, looking at the circle, it's starting to close towards the east side. So this is going to require a lot of rotations coming up from the Singaporean teams, especially for those that are outside the circle as of now. In fact, most of the teams are within the safe zone. So you're going to expect a lot of rotations, especially, for example, you know, you have Team K Chow, you have, you know, Team 12 over there, which I do believe it is Rectify Esports. Rich Kids over here. Oh, and FFG Black over there getting Maverick, the man. First blood coming in from the Singaporean side. Looks like we might see some firepower coming from Team FFG. Black over here, really good with the M4. With the 6 times, looks like he spotted someone over there. So do note that the Singaporean teams will have their players wearing a red of some sort, and for the Malaysian side they will be wearing white. So this should aid, you know, in terms of identification of their own teams. Els over here getting the kill onto Prabhus, and not only that, it looks like Black will be looking to finish off the man. Team Maverick over here looks like they could be losing one man early into the game. But moving on to that, we see Aoki. Looks like he has spotted ludification. I'm not really sure whether or not the Singaporean player has spotted Aoki, who has a sweet hiding spot just right behind this rock. And then we have it, Black getting the confirmation kill onto Maverick. And interestingly enough, we see a Malaysian team right in the military base all by themselves. So they're gonna have all the time in the world to loot this place. No other team near them as of yet. We do see K-Cho in quite a distance away from the rest of the teammates. Looks like they are split up into 2-2 formation, and they're looking to get, you know, as many vehicles as possible. But they have lost, or rather they have lost Mommy fight early into the game due to connection. But that's just a little bit unfortunate play coming in from the Singaporean side. Els over here getting the second kill of the game. And Battle Royale Singapore losing 2 members earlier into this round number 2 in this best of 5 series. And we see a team fight coming in from both Malaysian sides. Do they have any idea that they are from the same country? Rivix over here looks like he's going to push in towards the Hearts. He has the support of Legendary and Irabet. Oh, it looks like they haven't really notified each other of their positions. Looks like he might be going for X-Vipers over here. He spots him right behind it, and oh, Lapa gets a headshot onto X7. Looks like he might be able to spot him down. Viper goes down. The Malaysian side's over here. Team kill coming in from Elliot onto Aini over there. And we have the 2 Malaysian teams going head to head. Looks like he will be going down for the 3rd floor over here. He doesn't have any support. He lost his member over there. And Shah closes out Legendary X7, bringing Team 9 down to 2 men. And looks like there's no mercy between the nations over here. Once again, Gbet taking down Rix. And team number 9 looking to be really aggressive. In fact, Kings will bring a guest key as well. Amaraku-chan looks like he's going to be the remaining member in his apartment. He hears the movement down on the lower floors. Oh, and that's a nice nade. There's nothing much he can do about that. Down to 17 HP. Tries to heal up. But unfortunately, Riggs will push into the apartment and clear team number 7 out. Speaking of clearing out, Aoki has no idea where the fire is coming from. Oh, and the first Malaysian team getting eliminated over there. Losing all 4 members. And what is that? Team number 6. Looks like it could be a team kill. With the nade over there to bring themselves down. Malaysian teams finding themselves in hot soup earlier into round number 2. Oh, and there's going to be a team kill over there, else. Alright, so it looks like there's going to be a remake in the map, so while that happens, let's just go through a little bit of what happened earlier into the game. I'm sure in round number 2 they were playing quite seriously in the earlier parts. We saw Riggs over there pushing really aggressively, and a little bit unfortunate for Team Battle Royale. They landed in the same area as the Malaysian team, and you know, like I said, a couple of the Malaysian teams are really good mechanically. They are really aggressive with those ARs. And yeah, that's just a little bit unfortunate for the Singaporean side. Notification going down as well, alongside, I do believe, was another member from Battle Royale. But nevertheless, that's good news, I'm sure, for some of the teams that were eliminated earlier. They will be remaking map number 2. So it will be Aranjo again after this. In map number 3 and 4, it will be Miramar. And then we'll head on to Sunhook for the last map of the day. I saw it. Alright, so for those who are still on the stream, we will be heading into a short break while we remake map number 2. But after this, we will bring Eranjo back to you again. And stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to eXTREMESLAND's Inter-City Cup. We have Malaysia against Singapore. We had a match, or rather a map remake earlier just now. We are in map number 2 and we will be playing Eranjo as well. So for map number 1 and 2 it will be Eranjo, 3 and 4 it will be Miramar, and then the 5th map will be Sunhook. So I'm a little bit excited to see how things will transpire in match number 2. We saw in map number 1 Singapore coming out victorious with 9 members remaining from the Lion City itself. I'm sure Malaysian teams will be looking to hurt Singapore in map number 2. Hopefully they do come out with some sort of strategy to outperform their neighboring country. So let's take a look at the teams that will be representing Singapore for now. We went through it in map number 1. Let's just go through it right again. So we have Battle Royale Singapore, Rectify Esports, Team KCHO, Team MSK, and WFIA. So those are the 5 teams. We have 2 extra teams that will be made up of sole players. But here we go. Teams are already in flight. So looking at the flight path itself, looks like it's pretty horizontal, a little bit elevated, but you guys get the point. From west to east, looks like we could see a couple of teams dropping at school as well. So we do see Team Rectify Esports dropping really early into the flight path. Looks like they will be headed south, and most of the teams in fact are dropping pretty late over here. Alright, so there we have it. Most of the Singapore teams will be dropping towards the south side, and we're going to see a lot of the Malaysian teams and a couple of Malaysian teams towards the north. I think there's only one Malaysian team going for Georgia Pool, which is going to be interesting because that's where most of the loot will be. And I'm sure that team number 3, if they have a look at the map, they will be licking their lips at this point of time. Some teams going for school, I do see, and yeah, it looks like it could be a really sticky situation for most of the Malaysians team that will be dropping right now, because we do see team number 10 dropping really close to team number 1. Elliot over here. Do remember that the teams are playing in TPP, so I'm sure that it's going to be a lot more exciting as teams have a better vantage point. Not only that, they have more angles to cover, or rather have less angles to cover individually with the support of their teammates. So most of the Singapore teams are pretty spread out at this point of time, except for these 3 Malaysian teams that are currently, they are quite close one another. You can see that the circle is closing right in the center of the map itself. So fortunately for all the teams, none of them landing at the military base. So we might expect early engagement coming on from these 3 Malaysian teams over here if they are not careful. So like I said, it will be interesting to see how the teams will play out as differently as compared to round number 1, where we saw Singaporeans, they're playing a little bit of a combing effect, especially towards the later part of the game. They were fighting up here, and we saw a lot of the Malaysian teams performing really well individually in terms of firefight, but as a whole, they kind of lost out in that strategy. They were kind of split up, and they had to fight their own battle. But we do see a team kill over here. Could be a mistake coming in from Mr. Flank 99, taking down Sui. And that's most likely an honest mistake coming out from the side of Mr. 99. Should get resurrected pretty soon at this point of time. Elliot Xavier doesn't have an assault rifle at this point, but he was caught in a small firefight earlier into the game. line, 6 times on the vector, pretty good. Especially early in the game, he could go for a firefight if he chooses to, but looks like he will be contented with looting more at this point. I need here really close. They have any idea that they are from the same country over here? Another firefight in the distance over there. Team 2 going out to Team 8. And there's teamwork coming in from Team 2 and Team 8 itself. Good communication over there from the Malaysian teams. I can see that the Malaysian teams are pretty aggressive earlier into the game. They're dropping into places which are hot with loot, and this is due to the fact they have more numbers in terms of manpower in their teams, and they are pretty confident in taking out those Singaporean teams if they do drop close by. So you can kind of see where the strategy of the Malaysian side are coming from. They're just going to comb those popular areas in numbers, and then take the fight to Singaporean teams in the later part of the game. So it comes down to whether or not the nation is pretty confident, and I'm sure that towards the mid and late game we could see the Singaporean teams in a little bit of a trouble if they choose to fight later part without the proper equipment or firepower needed. Bloody PTP over here, and that doesn't have a scope for the M4 yet. He goes for the shot on Maverick, who was a little bit unfortunate in the game before we made it. He dropped quite near a Malaysian team and was taken out almost instantly. Green's cashier over here with the AK and red dot to go along with it. And if things are going to transpire like we saw in the first game, a lot of the utility being thrown in those last moments over there, a lot of smokes as well, and it's so important because we're not only talking about 1 to 2 teams, we're talking about the 8 to 9 teams in the last part of the fight, where we're going to see smoke in a very open play. So you can have like 3-4 teams in a single smoke itself, and they're trying to find one another, they're trying to make sure that they are not from the same country and for the same team in fact. So it's going to be very messy, and it's going to be an ugly team fight, but it's going to be really exciting for how the viewers are going to see these teams communicate and work things out in order to get the upper hand on the opposing nation. Alright, so things still really passive in the game, and this is what you're going to see from, especially when you talk about 40 versus 40, not even 40, about 29 compared to 40 teams. We're going to see, these two nations over here. Looks like we could see a team fight. 4 members dropping really early. Looks like they're spreading out their forces at this point of time to pick up as many vehicles as possible. And like I said, this is pretty expected coming out from the fact that we have the Malaysian teams being really aggressive along the drop line, going for those popular areas, whereas the Singaporean teams are going to play a little bit more reserved. They're going to get as much loot as possible early into the game. They're going to take the fight to the Malaysian side perhaps about 15 minutes of the game. That's where we see the force circle really start to set in. That's where we're going to catch up with all the action. Sausage over here working with team number 9. And we have, you know, team number 3 over here. Like I said, they were only team to drop in Georgia Pool area, so they should be pretty looted as of now. Kings over there, pretty sweet loot for himself. Let's take a look at the rest of the team's mocks as well. I can't really see what he has at this point, but a level 2 helmet to go along with that, so that's pretty good. Level 2 helmet for Gutski as well. Has that red dot sight. And Priest Cash, I do believe has a red dot sight as well, so they're looking for those, you know, two times, or rather 4 to 6 times scope. That's where we're going to see the mid game really heavily utilized by most of the teams, and we see the meta shifting a little bit, especially with the new update coming in as well. So I'm pretty excited to see what the new update has installed for PUBG. Vikendi is going to have a night mode, and not only that, we could see the Aurora as well. So pretty sick stuff coming up in the next update, which I do believe will be dropping on the 29th of January, so stay tuned for that. But within the game itself, we're still looking for the first batch of action to take place, which we could see really soon. Ain over here just having fun with that pistol as they wait for the circle to close in. And this is pretty interesting strategy coming up from the Malaysian side. They're all just going to converge onto the center and wait for any Singaporean teams that may be coming up from the outside. And they're pretty contented with giving away the whole border of where the safety zone is. And you can see a lot of the teams going for vehicles. They're just going to drive right into the center. And this is pretty interesting, because if the circle actually just lands right in the center, this will definitely favor the Malaysian side. But if we see, you know, for example, the safety zone start to move towards the right or left, that's where we're going to see a lot of movement, and they are a really huge group. So it's gonna be hard for them to, you know, mobilize the whole squad. However, this is really, you know, tough for the Singaporean side, especially when the circle starts to close in, and when we see the 5th or 6th zone start to happen, especially when the Singaporean teams have those vehicles driving in. I'm sure the Malaysian side, you know, you have like 40 players shooting at you. Any vehicle that passes by practically will blow up in a couple of seconds. So hopefully the Singaporean side have a good strategy on how they're going to deal with it. And there we have it, the circle once again closing right into the center. You can see more Malaysian teams once again heading right into the center. Happy, pretty much the only member on the outside. It looks like Mr. Flank 99 will be, you know, getting him a right over there. Whereas for the rest of the Singaporean teams, they are pretty, you know, dispersed right out for now. And this could be trouble for the Singaporean side, as mentioned earlier. B-Right and John Shout. Oh, and a little bit unfortunate moment over there for Mungus. Looks like he will be eliminated, but that is fine. He's only, I think, the only member by himself over there. Sausage, look at that. 40 ammo loaded, another 300 for spare. Definitely more than enough towards the late game. And a 4x scope on the AKM as well, so he's pretty looted at this point of time. Level 3 backpack, level 2 helmet as well. So yeah, he's pretty looted. Once again, a big shout out to Zawi, who's the main organizer for this, alongside GAM3ASIA and Orange Esports, who are actually coordinating with the Singaporean and Malaysian sites respectively. Hopefully we do see this initiative in more of the countries. It's pretty exciting to see two teams, or rather two countries, going up over here in a 40-40 situation. Like I said, most of the action will be coming towards the late game. That's what you're going to expect, especially when the Malaysian and Singaporean sides are working together to bring you the best action. And the Malaysian side is just entertaining themselves with spray shots. So this is going to go down to the wire over here. We're going to see Singaporean teams converge towards the later part of the games. Malaysian teams already done so. So it's going to be a pure, show of firepower. Whichever side has the better mechanics in terms of shooting, and whoever has the better aiming will definitely win the late game. Especially when you're talking about, just purely two teams clashing in the last moments of the round. And speaking of firepower, I have taken a look at a couple of the Malaysian teams. They definitely have the upper hand. They did go for the more favorable spots at this point in time. They have better scopes as well. Sui here with the 8 times. And look at the Singaporean teams. They have a car. DJ Lol over there, knocking down It's Downy. You can see exchanging of equipments over here, utilities. I do believe that's an extended mag for Papa Flame. So yeah, the Malaysian side, pretty comfortable with, just sticking right in the center of Pochinki. And we're going to expect a lot of firefight, especially when the Singaporean teams start to come along the south side. We see the Regis over here. I do believe the Singaporean team will be avoiding that. But vehicles, they might just drive through the road over here. And this is going to spell trouble for the Singaporean side, especially when you see a lot of the Malaysian teams seeking shelter within the buildings itself. They have occupied most of Pochinki. So as soon as the car just drives straight through, I'm sure it will definitely blow up. Oh, but we see a glimmer of hope for the Singaporean side because the circle is starting to close onto the ruin. So this means that the Malaysian side will have to move towards the north. We see another team already. I do believe it's Team MSK setting up base at school, and that could be an outlet for the Singaporean teams. If we see the Singaporean teams moving towards the east side and towards school itself, this could be a sign of the Singaporean teams deciding that, you know what, we don't have enough firepower to take down the Malaysian side yet. And Inix, look at that, the movement just coming right in between team number 5 and 10 there, which are both Malaysian teams, and he's pretty lucky not to get spotted out. So I'm sure that team number 5 already has given the green light to the rest of the teams. They are, you know what, the Singaporean teams are really moving into the center circle. It's time we make our move. And you can see the movement of the teams already. So it's a race into the center of the circle. We could see finally the first action coming up. MSK over here. Elliot all alone driving straight into the center itself. Look at that, so much movement on the map. See the Malaysian teams over here taking pretty similar routes at this point of time, driving right up And they definitely have heard that sounds over there. Here we go, firepower coming in from the Singaporean team, firing on to team number 8 and 3, who find themselves on the reach over here. This could spell a little bit of a trouble as they start firing one another, and they have to figure out whether or not they are from the same nation as well. So Singaporean teams taking out shelter in this hut over here, firing onto Sui and Rage Kids to take a little bit of damage. But there we have it, the Malaysian teams over here firing onto TY as well. Mommy fight going down earlier into the center of the circle. Malaysian teams over here, they're trying to figure out where the fire is coming from, and pretty much this is a nasty situation for the Singaporean teams. Outfired, outgunned. Paradox has no chance over there to keep his team alive, and a lot of Singaporean teams are going down as well, as we see Malaysian teams spreading out to cover as much area as possible. Be right over here, he has a good opportunity to flank the Malaysian teams if he goes towards the east. Look at that, Malaysian teams being aggressive over here. Irons going in with the nade. He could pick up Paradox if he's accurate. Throws another nade to the right house. And Imnix, looks like there's a team Molly as well. He takes down his own teammate and Paradox. Singaporean teams in a disarray. And they spotted K-Chow as well. For Singaporean team goes down, team number 17. And that's not the end. Look at that way they are stopping that area. Malaysian teams forming one line, goes right up to the ridge. And the Singaporean teams are getting slaughtered in his bloodbath. Look at those numbers go down. Second Singaporean team to go down is team number 12. This has been a long time coming. Imnix, as he watches his teammates go down, has no idea as to whether or not he has his chance in this. He tries to go on to the right, gets spotted out, and will get eliminated immediately on the spot. Team number 5 taking their time as well to join the fight. And this is a bloodbath. A messy one, in fact, as the Malaysian teams take up the spot that the Singapore teams were once in. That's as organized as you can get coming in from the Malaysian side. Oh, DJ Law with a good snipe over there to take out Nightmare Kings, who's just above the reach over there with the 6 times. Spots another one, but doesn't have the clearance of shot. And you can see the Malaysian teams are very organized in this second map. They're sticking together as one body, so it's so hard for the Singapore team to take a fight as well. Bonalicious over there takes down XXX13. And DJ Law trying to spot out anyone with that 6 times, unfortunately finding no one. Oh, Idol Law catches a couple of bullets coming in from his east. Oh, and look at the movement from the Malaysian teams. They know the rough location of where Team MSK is. How well can MSK hold their ground? They're trying to fire as much as possible, but there's so many bodies just pouring forward from the Malaysian side. A missed shot for DJ Law. Second shot whistles right past the Malaysian players. And not only that, looks like they might be going in. Look at how many bodies are there. Forming a line, in fact. And it's like Team MSK against the host Malaysian teams. They spotted out 3 members over there along the ridge. And look at the number of bodies who are coming right in. This must be a scary situation for Team MSK, but they're holding their ground as much as possible. They spot 3 members over there. Fires another shot. DJ Law trying his best to pick out any members possible. Gets knocked down. And look at that. Merrick has the high ground, but this means that most of Malaysian teams can spot him as well. He spots Al's Nexus. Can he take him out in time? But each shot goes by. He misses so many shots over here as the rest of the Malaysian teams are closing down on him. They spot Merrick's onto the top. Will he be able to bring down Nala? He doesn't manage to do so. And this is going to be a close fire fight. Pudding in the center itself. Throws a nade right down. Will he catch anyone? Spots on Daryl. That's a good shot over there. Takes down Anak as well. And look at Team MSK. They're holding their ground. 3 members from the Malaysian side being taken down. But they are bombarded with grenades after grenades. How long can they hold themselves over there? DJ Law takes down as well. Is down in the first member of Team MSK to go down. But Pudding down to 8 HP. And not only that, the Malaysian teams are starting to comb the area as well. They're legendary X over there spots another member of Team MSK. But look at that, the numbers are starting to pour in. And Railstone takes out quite a number of damage onto DJ Long, who finally falls down. As 3 members start to close in, Pudding doing his best as well. But how long can they hold out for? I'm pretty sure Pudding is the only remaining member of MSK left. Throws a nade right down to hold his ground as long as possible. But it's a sooner or later thing as the Malaysian team's pour 8 members coming right up. Pudding, how long can you hold there? And Misery from Team Singapore goes down as well. Pudding, he has to be careful. He spots 2 members. Tries to bring down 1 member. He managed to do so, but there's too many members that comes right in. And Pudding takes out 3. But finally Team MSK falls. And looks like the rest of the teams are Malaysian. However, we do have team number 16 over here. And they're trying their best to uphold the Singaporean flag as long as possible. They do manage to pick out Musk, who's all alone by himself. So 2 Singaporean teams left in this firefight. Ayuki looks like he's the brave one. He tries to spot out Team 16. Looks like he spotted out Lonely Ash. Throws a flash right in as well. Another smoke for good measure. And he spots 3 members over there. Spots out Yong In as well. Do they manage to see him? He has no idea that he's there. And Ayuki, I'm sure the rest of the Malaysians know that he's there. Misery, a shot to the head. Else with the car over there. Lonely Ash Knight. I'm sure they spotted out where he is, but they have no idea that Ayuki is right behind them. Oh, and Ayuki turns right in when we'll spot team number 16. Will get taken out. Live action in the middle of it as well. Goes up against Sui. What can Team 15 do? They are the only remaining team left from the Singaporean side. 2 members go down. Bloody PTP and X-Bay, the only remaining 2 members. And how long can they hold this for? They have the zone right against their back as well. 2 members against 33. And Bloody PTP gets caught out in the zone. It's sooner or later thing before he starts to move forward. The Malaysian teams are playing smart over here. They're trying to hold their ground as long as possible. PTP with the smoke as well. Live action goes down. PTP is starting to take quite a lot of damage coming in from the zone. And PTP will go down to the zone. So we have X-Bin, who's the only remaining member. 6 HP per second. This is no joke. But as he throws out the last of his smokes, he will go down to the zone as well. And this is GG. So the remaining 32 players coming in from the Malaysian side. Well played to them. As we see the rest of them just going to clear each other out. So like I said, interesting strategy coming in from the Malaysian side. You know, all 40 members of them going straight into the circle the moment they have their loot. And the way that they managed to just stop out the Singaporean side with sheer numbers and firepower was just amazing. You know, great utility over there coming in from Team MSK, holding their ground for as long as they did. I'm sure they brought down as many members as they tried to, but in the end it wasn't enough. So we will bring you map 3 pretty soon, which will be played on Miramar. And Miramar is going to be a lot different as compared to Evangel. And you know, it's going to be a lot more open as compared to Evangel. And we're going to see a lot more longer team fights. Especially from the Singaporean side. They have lesser members as well. Lesser cover in Miramar means that the Malaysian sides can show their true numbers. And the moment they have the loot earlier into the game, they definitely can take team fights. So yep, pretty much game 2 in a nutshell. You know, Malaysian teams converging into the center itself and then stomping out the rest of Singaporean teams with firepower. So map number 2 definitely going in the way of the Malaysian teams. It will be interesting to see how the leaderboards come out with the fact that Singaporean teams managed to take game 1, but they only had 9 members surviving. So I'm sure that map number 2 will definitely swing in the Malaysian team's favor. However, in map number 3, like I mentioned, it will be played on Miramar as well as round number 4. It's going to be a lot more open, a lot more team fights. I'm not really sure whether or not Singaporean teams have the game number 3 in the back. Definitely Malaysian teams looking to be the favourites to take number 3 and 4 with Miramar as open as it is. Hopefully the Singaporean teams can come up with a better strategy as well. But before that, we will be heading into a short break. A big shout out to Zawi, GAM3ASIA and Orange Esports for organising this tournament, and a bit of banter as well coming in from the Malaysian teams, just stomping Team MSK there. We have seen a couple of highlight reels as well. So while we bring you the scores, we will head into short break, and when we are back, we will bring you map number 3 of the Intercity Cup. Stay with us and don't go anywhere. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to eXTREMESLAND Intercity Cup, organized by GAM3ASIA and Orange Esports. If you can't tell already, this is game number 3. My name is Aries, and I've just witnessed the most crazy map I've ever seen in Eranjo. I mean, the Malaysian teams just taking the Singaporean teams by storm. 30 people just running straight into the heart over there, and there was not much that the Malaysian rather the Singaporean teams could have done at that point of time. But let's just take a look at map number 3. They will be playing in Miramar this time round, the same as map number 4, before we head to Sunhook for the last map of the day. And currently map number 1 going in the way of the Singapore side, and map number 2 for the Malaysians. So hopefully we see something a little bit more exciting in map number 4, or rather map number 3. And we see a lot of these teams dropping in Los Leones. And we could see early action coming right in. Dracula over here looking for assault rifle at this point of time. He will have to settle with loot at this point. Only energy drinks to be found. Picks, or rather rigs. No luck either on weapons. Does manage to pick himself up. Atomic gun looks like he might be going for the early kill with a Railstone really close to him at this point. I'm sure he can do some damage with that Thompson. Oh, looks like he has the 8 times over there. Looks like they could be going for the kill. So at this point of time, if you look at the way that the teams are starting to drop, the Malaysian teams a little bit more spread out as compared to the previous game. A couple of the members, or the Malaysian members, drowning right there, but nevertheless, like I said, they are pretty spread out at this point of time. Looks like they might be going for a little bit of different strategy as compared to the previous map. A couple of teams dropping in Los Higos, a couple of them in Valdemar, and the rest quite near Los. I'm not sure how many teams have been dropping right there, but it looks like it's pretty open at this point of time. A team MSK in the previous round trying to hold themselves against 30 Malaysians as well. They tried to take out as many bodies as they could. I'm pretty sure they took down more than 10 in that instance. We'll try to get the scores up as soon as possible, but in the meantime, could be shaping up to see a very open fight as compared to the previous round. You can see 999 Lucifer over there gonna bring his teams to I do believe it is Picado, where we have 1, 2, 3 teams already there, looting happily. Oh, there we K Chow makes the first mark on the Malaysian teams. Spots out Super Shay, but will not take the shot. Looks like we could see the first team fight coming out. Grass Jelly at the top holding point, Riggs right below him. Oh, and the rest of Team 7, the Malaysian team, is starting to close down Grass Jelly. They know that there's someone right on top. The nade comes in from Mel Kendricks, but he doesn't really catch Grass Jelly out. And they're trying to flank him at this point of time. He hears noises right below him. He tries to go for the shot on Super Nasha. The Singaporean teams this time around working around Impala and Los Leones over here. They have like in fact the whole Singaporean contingent grouping up together. This is what we saw previously from the Malaysian side, and this is why they were so strong in the previous round. John's shot brings down Mel Kendricks, and Riggs over there comes right into the rescue of his teammate, but how long can he hold out? Oh, Riggs taking a lot of damage, and we do see the third member of the team coming right in as well. Super Nisha holds his ground. Grass Jelly with the flank comes right down from the top of the building, brings down Riggs and Mel Kendricks. And Nisha is on the run, but Grass Jelly closes him out. Not much that he can do at this point of time. And there's only one remaining member of team number 7. They got eliminated right on the spot. First Malaysian team to go down. Singaporean team showing they're not afraid to take the fight down to the Malaysian side. The Singaporeans team looking really happy with the circle at this point, still closing on Los Leones, which means that the Singaporean teams can take their time to scout out where the Malaysians are, especially as we see them starting to travel towards the north side, towards Graveyard, and I believe they might be going to Hacienda. So this time around is going to be a lot more open as compared to the previous round, because the fact that Miramar is such an open ground with such little shelter and cover to hide for, this means that Singaporean teams can take out as many as possible as compared to the previous round where the Malaysian teams can work around buildings. But it's a double-edged sword because the Malaysian teams have more numbers and they're definitely really efficient in terms of, you know, man-to-man ratio, in terms of firepower as well. So it'll be interesting to see these two different play styles from these two different nations, and how it's going to play out towards the later part of the stage. We still have 19 teams in the back. One Malaysian team already down. So not much action at this point of time. The only crate to drop too far off, just slightly south of Cruz de Vel, and we're not going to see any of the teams going for it. They're pretty comfortable with their position. They're just going to hold point at this moment of the game. And Einix, and in fact the whole KHL team, are starting to form a circle as kind of like a scout for the Singaporean teams. They're going to alert the rest of the Singaporeans whenever they hear movement, which they should be hearing pretty soon. The Malaysian teams adopting the same strategy once again as compared to the first. They're just going to diverge, get as much loot as possible, and then converge into the center, where we'll see the Singaporean teams ready this time round. KHL be right. You do hear the car coming pretty soon. They're going to make their way up to the roof, where they're definitely going to have a lot better view of the site itself. And the Malaysian teams are starting to make their way down into the center of the circle. And there's going to be a bloody fight over here around La Bandita, especially when the Malaysian teams are coming in from the north. You're going to see the Singaporeans take point at the south side, especially when they push towards the uphill. So it's going to be open for both sides of the nation, depending on where the circle starts to close. If it closes towards Picado, that's where we see Singaporean teams have a lot more advantages, especially when they're pushing. It's a lot flatter as compared to where they are now. However, if the circle starts to close towards the junkyard, then it could be open game, especially with both nations not having the best of advantage. But we'll see how it goes towards the later part of the stage. But as of now, both sides over here being really patient. They're just gonna wait to see where the circle closes. We're gonna wait a little while more before we start to see some action. It looks like they have gone for the scope, or rather the crane over there. Team number 1, I believe his device as well, Mr. Flag 99. And it's pretty interesting because, you know, Team 1 for the Malaysians actually dropped pretty close to the Singaporeans, and you know, they made a really smart strategy of just bailing out of there, not getting themselves outnumbered by the opposition. So pretty good rerouting over there, and that's where we're going to see the Singaporean team start to push the position where the north of La Bandita are, or rather is KChao already taking point over there. So we'll see how long it takes before the Malaysian team start to make their move, but it looks like they will be converging into the middle at this point of time. But it'll take about, you know, 5 to 10 more minutes before we start to see, you know, where the real fight really begins. A show of firepower for both sides. In the circle once again closing to Los Leones, with La Bandita shaping to be the middle. So Singaporean teams definitely favoring this at this point. They are pretty comfortable with their position. However, they are still pretty spread out, especially where KChao are. So you can see KChao over here falling back into the middle. It looks like the Malaysians team, or rather they have a rough idea of where the Singaporeans are. They're trying to avoid Los Leones at this point of time, trying to travel through the west side, through Picado and right into the graveyard, where they know that, you know, there were no Singaporean teams. They already have, you know, a couple of them already cleared right there. So Minas Generalas as where the Malaysian teams will take point, and this is where we're going to see a lot of team fights happening right around La Bandita area. And I kind of foresee that, you know, even if it starts to close towards Impala, the Malaysian teams will definitely have enough firepower at this point to really break their way right through the center and through the ridges. So hopefully the Singaporean teams are prepared for that. Let's take a look at the utility coming out from both sides. You can see they are pretty stocked up. Lots of grenades, lots of smokes, and we saw in the previous game how important utility is, especially for Aranjo. You know, those smokes trying to provide as much cover as possible for both sides, but even more so on Miramar, especially when you do not have those covers and buildings as compared to the previous map. So it'll be exciting to see the pure demonstration of firepower for these both sides as we head into the later part of this stage. Malaysian team looking really scary at this point. So many of them just into one area. It looks like they're firing onto DJ Law's team MSK as well. And they are starting to fire onto the Malaysian teams, and here we go. YT over here taking point where, you know, Team KChao were previously. They managed to retreat back to Impala. They are willing to give up that area of the portion, and MSK have taken the spot right in La Bandita. So they are prepared for the Malaysian teams to come down from Minas. That's where most of the Malaysian teams are. We do see one or two still at graveyard. Team 8 still right outside the zone, so they are starting to shape themselves up, or rather the positionings that they are taking are starting to favor themselves. Hopefully the circle does start to close where the middle of the center is. This is where we're going to see a lot of firefight, and it should be exciting towards the later part of the game. So, you know, this is going to favor the Singaporean teams more, because if we look at the way that, you know, Miramar is set up, like I mentioned, very little shelter. So the Singaporean teams definitely have more time to, you know, take their shots and pick out those vehicles on the Malaysian side, especially if the circle just chooses to close to the south side. However, there's a downside to it, because if the circle closes towards Junkyard, the Singaporeans will have a little bit more difficulty breaking into the regions, especially with the Malaysians already taking point towards the north, and they look really strong when they come in numbers. And we saw in the previous round, no matter how good MSK were as a team, they had only so much time to cover each other before the Malaysians start to pour those bodies forward and take out those members. So they are willing to trade out numbers, given the fact that they have, number one, more people, and number two, more loot, given the fact they cover most of the map. However, this time around in Miramar, it's going to be a lot more even, because we're going to see a lot of these teams, you know, have enough loot for one another. Not only that, it's going to be open space. So it really comes down to how the circle really chooses to close down. You can see the Malaysian teams already taking note of the fact 4 of them is driving right through the north side, and it's Downey is all alone in this hut. How long can he hold for? I'm sure he has to notify the rest of Singaporean teams. They are starting fire right here. Here we go, Singaporean teams trying their best to take out as much as possible. It's Downey right in the hut. He's all alone. And Hello Exa goes right down in the wrong timing as Downey is in the hut. Oh, and they're driving right in as Downey in a 1v1 situation. Tries to bring down Happy. He managed to do so, but Hillstone is right behind him. He's all alone. There's not much he can do at this point. And look at how fast the Malaysian teams are closing right down on him. And the rest of the Singaporean teams try to provide as much cover as possible. That was a bait. A lot of the Malaysian teams are right in the open, and this is what they're trying to do. 2 teams just firing right across one another. And this is a battle of who has the better scopes, who has the better mechanics to fire across that mid to long range distance. Mr. Flank over here looks like he's trying to pin someone down, but the recoil proving too much for that 4x scope to deal with. Oh, Team MSK here taking a risk. DJ Low taking someone along with him. I do believe it's Hans X Kai. They're trying to make their way in right in the center, as the Malaysian sides are doing so. When we have seen a couple of Singaporean teams already right there. It's still quite open at this point of time. Paradox trying to take out those vehicles as quickly as possible, but it's just a little bit too hard. There's just too many Malaysian teams right in the middle of it. Malaysian teams doing a good job of holding their ground. It looks like there's one lone Malaysian running right there. 999 Lucifer. He's pinned right down the haystack. And Revenant, he's right in a good position, because he you know, the position of K-Chow means that they can flank where the Malaysians are, and this isn't really good for the Malaysian side. But like I said, they're doing a good job of bailing right out of the circle. They're making their way right into the center. This has been the strategy all along, and that's a good strategy as well. Revenant here has a clear shot on a lot of the members. If he makes those shots count, it's going to hurt the Malaysian side. And Singaporean side doing a good job of knocking down those Malaysians in the open. LPO there with a good shot on the drag kill. Oh, and Maverick drives right down Mungus and knocks him right down. And Grass Jelly right in the open, no fear right here. Taking on 3 Malaysian teams from the opposite side. Sui as well, knocks down Railstone. Looks like that's a team kill coming right in. DJ LOL over here brings down Jira, but it looks like they're trying to clear out team number 9, who has one remaining member at this point, so still one lone member running right out in the open. Nix finds himself in his awkward position as Mr. Flank and Tick Line spotted him right over there as he was running right across the street, brought down to 28 HP, but fear not, he takes up cover, should be able to heal himself up as phase 3 starts to close out. Oh, and this is going to favor the Malaysian teams. They have found the circle in their favor, starting to close right in the middle. But how long can they hold out for? Because the rest of the Singapore teams are coming to the south side. And sneakily, there's 3 members from Team 8 who's just right behind these 2 Singapore teams. So they might find themselves pinned right down. You see Nick slowly pushing himself up the ridge. Mr. Flank, he's finding himself being covered in all positions. Does he spot out Mr. Nix? Adam Ben and Lim Yi, they are making their way into the circle as well, but they're kind of zoned out by Team 15 and 12, who I'm sure they find themselves in the awkward position over here. Not much cover on Mirama as well. They have to make their way in as Phase 4 starts to close in. And trust me, Phase 4 will start to hurt these players if they do not make themselves, or rather make their ways into the circle soon. There we have it, Team 15, finally their patience are starting to pay off. They find themselves right at the north side of the circle where, you know, they have so much free shot onto the Malaysian teams. They find themselves right there, B right as well, takes down Bionymic, and there's not much space he can run. It's going to be hard for the Malaysians to get to him as well, and that's a free kill right there for B right. Takes him down pretty easily. But it looks like it will be the Singaporean team that goes right down. Revenue trying his best, but Mr. Flank takes him down. DJ Law, the only remaining member right on the ridges over here, tries to go right through. Ludification really low as well. Has to use that first aid kit. He has cover from the rest of the teammates, but this is where firefight starts to come in. Hans Kai runs right in the open, goes against a 2v3 situation, tries to bring him down. And that's a little bit too much for him as he goes down. B right tries to catch up to his teammate. They're going for the higher ground right here. He spots out Happy as well. DJ LOL with the Kobe on the 2-1-2. Good nade over there to take him out. DJ LOL jumps right into 3 men over there. He will bring down YT Sausage, but he's getting fired from the top side. There's just so much angles to cover on this rock. This is such a tricky situation for both sides. And Sui is right on top of them, putting as well. Not only that, you can see Singapore teams are trying to mount a fight over here. Mr. Flag, good shot onto DJ LOL. As Sui in a 1v1 fire. Oh, and that's Sui. Will he go for the kill right here? He knows that pudding is somewhere. He spots him right over there. And that's a good headshot as well. He has the upper ground. Good advantage. 1v fight getting ganked from both sides. He takes down Sui. Has his back covered by Ims over there. Oh, he spots out the black. FFG right in the open. Does he know Mummified getting in return fire from some Malaysian team right in the huts over there? The circle starting to favor the Malaysian side. It's just so hard for the Singaporeans to mount an assault on this rocky edge. Flag over here right at the bottom. Gets the vehicle taken out by Probosu. Oh, and flank takes down Yimis. And just like that, Singaporean teams are falling down. They're trying to trade positions for body over here. And someone just got the backstab. Monolicious. You will see someone pushing in pretty soon. Mr. Flag gets taken out right there. Team number 1 losing 2 members in the fight, but Monolicious has his helmet taken down. He gets backstab over here by Ani. And looks like he doesn't have enough time to heal himself out, as the zone will claim him. And it's such an open fight for both sides right now. Singaporean teams taking the south side, or rather the north side. They are right in the middle of the zone, and this is starting to favor the Singaporean teams. They are already in safety. 28 still alive at this point. Oh, and there's a good knock onto Misery over there. Paradox trying to push down Jaku. And Ani over here taking out 5 kills for himself, but he's starting to push right there. Oh, he's high healed so well right in the middle of the bushes. The Malaysian teams are starting to mount a challenge on this. This is going to be a bloody blood fight. And John Shout over there getting taken down by 3 members of team number 9. Legendary X over here pushing right in. Not much that he could have done over there. But Maverick, there's 3 trying to hold their ground right here in this hut. Not much cover as Probusu. And you can see this is where smoke is so important. Aini, I mean, he has been playing a crazy game, just hiding right in the bushes over there, taking out 2 squads by himself. And he's kind of paved the way for the rest of the Malaysian teams as well. He's taken out quite a lot of members in the back line. And this is where we're going to see the Singaporean teams getting swamped by numbers over here. We're looking at close to 15 teams right against 4. YNK over there gets shot down by Joint Shout, but how long can he hold out? Young In right in the middle of the fight as well. Does he spot Young In? Young In taken out by Prince Cash over there. As Merrick spotted someone that was running right into the smoke, but I think he lost the positioning of the Malaysian. Probosu over here getting caught right out in the open, and as the rest of the Malaysians come right in, I'm sure his teammate has no chance of saving him. Maverick taking point, spots out TY, goes for the shot, takes him down, but Banana now knows where he is. And Maverick has to be a little bit careful over here. Goes for the smoke, but ricochets right against the wall and bounces right back into him. He spots out Aini over here. Aini with already 8 kills to his name. Will he get more? 7 kills. And rotates right around the map. Goes right into the smoke. Tries to pick up Maverick. Runs into the building just in time. As the rest of the Malaysian teams start to go onto the house, they have their team pinned down. Lonely Ash getting flanked out by the side. Not much that he can do at this point. And Aini is going on the rampage. 8 kills to his name. And potentially getting 1 more. And Maverick is the last man of the Singaporean side, and looks like Malaysians have map number 3 in hand. So once again, the Malaysian team swarming in numbers over there. Good strategy at the start, really patient, and a little bit of a luck on their side as the circle closed, but they have to be in the right positioning for the luck to pay off. So well played to the Malaysian teams as they managed to pay off with their patience. They tried to hold off towards the east side where we saw most of the Singaporean teams were, but as the circle started to close towards La Bandita over there, it was a little bit hard for the Singaporean teams to deal with, especially with the circle up against their back. We saw a couple of teams, doing really well coming in from Picado, and overall strategy wise, I guess both teams had a different reasoning. Singaporean teams adopting what the Malaysian team did in round number 2. They converged right in the middle over there, and that sort of paid off in the earlier part of the game. They managed to pick out a couple of Malaysian teams, but as the circle started to close, in a very unfavorable position, the Malaysian teams were just so confident in holding their ground, and they did a good job as well. I mean, it was really hard for them to communicate, and I'm pretty sure they did not have the best firepower. So well played to the Malaysian teams. They did a good job of taking those Singaporeans out. However, after this, we will have map number 4, and once again, we will be playing on Miramar. So hopefully, we will see a tighter game as well. So while we wait for these teams to clear right up, we will try to tabulate the scores. And I'm pretty sure that the Malaysian side has quite a landslide lead at this point of time, especially with map 2 and 3 going in their favor. But more importantly, what we'd like to see from the Singapore team is a little bit more of communication, especially towards the mid game. They were a little bit afraid to push to their advantage. They had the circle, in their favor. They were right in the middle. They perhaps could be a little bit more aggressive, especially when they saw the Malaysian teams moving, and they did a good job of trying to pin down the Malaysian teams when they were traveling towards their ridge. But as time went on, as more Malaysian teams managed to get to the center of circle, it was really hard for the Singaporean teams to respond to that, because what happens is that the Malaysian teams get to the center first, and they have more time to pick out their spot, they have more time to seek cover, and it became really hard for the Singaporeans to mount a comeback from there. So hopefully they travel a little bit more faster and make use of the advantage that they had within the circle itself in round number 3. And we'll go into a short break, but after that we will have map number 4 coming up really soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Extreme Land Intercity Cup. This is Malaysia versus Singapore for map number 4. We are on Miramar, and in the previous two maps, we saw Malaysia taking the Singapore teams by storm. Singaporean teams only picking up the first map of the day. However, we are in map number 4. So let's just take a look at the flight path that we have as of now. Pretty smooth sailing from the south side. So we're going to see a lot of team fights, especially at Los Leonas, where we saw Singaporean teams converging in the previous round itself. More of the Malaysian teams were going to El Pozo. Some of them were going onto Picado as well. So we should see something similar in this game, and a lot of teams already dropping at this point of time. So hopefully we do see some action earlier as compared to previous games where, you know, it took quite a while for action to start kicking off. But when they do, it sure gets bloody. So here we go. Singapore teams once again dropping really early into the game. Looks like they will be occupying Los Leonas once again. A couple of teams going to Impala, while the Malaysian teams looks like they will be going to El Pozo and Picado. So these two areas getting dominated by the Malaysians, whereas the Singaporeans will be securing the south part of the map. Kind of nice split over there right down the middle. So I think both sides just banking on the circle to close on them. Alright, so that's the circle that we have for now, or rather that's the map that we have for now. While we wait for the circle to begin, let's talk a little bit about how map number 3, progressed. A lot of these teams were a lot of the Singaporean teams were pretty confident early into the round. They had quite good circle, had a decent amount of loot, and they did not really have the challenge coming off from the Malaysian team. So they were playing a lot more comfortable as they did compared to round number 2, where we saw the Malaysian teams take them by storm and numbers. However, in map number 3, as we headed into the third part of the map, the Malaysian teams had the battle circle. They had more firepower and they were a lot more strategized. They knew what they had to do. They rushed into the circle, and this is what the Malaysian teams love to do. They sit right in the middle circle. They soak up the pressure from the Singaporean teams, and when they feel that they have the upper hand and a larger number of players still alive, they start to swamp in terms of waves. So that's a good strategy coming up from the Malaysian side. Fair play to them, getting majority of the kills in the third map. So 3 Malaysian teams in Picado, the rest all going to the north side. They're going to share the loot on El Pozo over here. Some of them I do believe in La Cobra. What is this? Mr. Flank, he has an AK. And the rest of the Malaysian teams still trying to get the loot. Let's take a look at how the Singapore teams are faring. I'm Nick over here. Not really doing well. Still no assault rifle, but I'm sure he will get that sorted out as the game progresses. Maverick, he does have no scope, so that's going to be a problem for him, especially in the later part of the game, because Miramar is such an open map, and we saw how important open fights are, especially towards the third part of the zone when phase 4 and phase 5 were happening, and the Malaysian teams were traveling from the north side, and that's where we're going to see quite similarly in map number 4. The circle is towards the south side. So a lot of these Singaporean teams will have to travel a little bit into the center of the circle later part of the game. But what I really like about the Malaysian teams are that they are so precise in their execution in terms of their strategy. We saw them coming from the north side. They knew that there were Singaporean teams in Los Leonas, and they immediately bailed right out of there. I mean, I said bail, they were really quickly, like every single team had a vehicle. They avoided the area. They went to the north side, right into the graveyard where the Minas Generalas is, and that really favored them because they could avoid the firefight, and not only that, they could prepare themselves for the circle to close. They were playing on RNG, and it paid out for them at the end. So that was really smooth and well played from the Malaysian side. So what has happened to 40v40 is it's no longer just a bloody bloodbath. It's a very strategized game at this point of time. You know, both teams kind of trying to, or rather both sides, both countries trying to figure out, you know, what is the better strategy. And it turns out that the Malaysian sides are faring a lot better. As we saw in map number 2 and 3, you know, they like to converge into the middle as soon as they know where the circle is headed towards or where the circle is positioned, and they make sure that they keep a very strong perimeter right in the center. And only when they have the upper hand in terms of positioning and firepower, they start to comb in like a really uniform wave format. And this is really hard to deal with, especially for Singapore side, because number one, they have lesser members. Number two, it's a lot harder to pick out the Malaysian teams, especially when they're coming in waves, because what happens is that you do not have enough utility to cover your areas in terms of smoke and grenades. And it's so much harder to pin down the Malaysian side when they're spread out towards the end. So what happens is that when you're trying to break into the area, the Malaysian teams are converged in the middle. So in terms of firepower, you're going to lose out. And towards the later part of the fight, when they start to comb into waves, it's so hard for the Singaporean teams to pick the Malaysian teams out because there's so much angle that you have to cover. Granted, this is in TPP mode, so by right you should be able to cover a lot more angles individually as a player, but it's just so hard for them when there's so many Malaysians just coming wave after wave. You don't have enough ammo to deal with, that's number one. You don't have enough utility in terms of smoke and grenades, and not only that, Molotov comes into play as well. So for the side of Miramar, all these becomes so important because you don't have much cover from buildings and trees, and this is where smoke comes into play. So hopefully they can deal with it a lot better in this match number 4. See the teams over here going for the crate. Looks like they already have picked it up, so I'm pretty sure that there's going to be good loot inside along with level 3 helmet or backpack. So that's a win for the Malaysian team. Be right over here, still going to loot right around this area. He has no support whatsoever, but he should be fine for now. Not the Malaysian team inside. So once again, we're gonna see a lot of action towards the later parts of the game, not so much in the first 20 minutes or so, as we see some of the Malaysian teams already making their way into Chumachira. It will be team number 7 and 9 as well. So we have B right over here trying to break as much into Picado as much as possible, and he should be fine doing so. He's sort of like the scout for the Singaporean side, trying to spot out any Malaysian teams that could be in the center of the circle at this point of time. He's just hovering right over Picado. He has good view of it, but he shouldn't be spotting anyone. The only nearest member, Malaysian member, is Diraj Jibat, but he's still pretty far at this point, so B right should be fine. And Imnix doing something similar with the car 4 times. So the Malaysian teams are making their way into Chumachira at this point of time. You can see of them having vehicles coming in waves, so they have already looted what they needed to do so. And this is where it's pretty interesting, because where the circle lands is going to be very important for both sides, because as compared to Evangel, where, you know, although the circle is still important, but you have those covers from buildings, so you don't really have to be afraid of moving right in the open itself. But for the side of Miramar, we saw such an important aspect of the map is that there's not much cover. So as compared to the previous, round number 1 and 2, when the Malaysian teams were moving in waves of cars, it's so important for them to not get pinned down. And this is where the Singaporean teams have to take note, because as of now, the Malaysian teams are already starting to move to the center. So if the circle doesn't close on Los Leones and starts to move towards Chumacira, it's going to be a hard problem for the Singaporeans to deal with. Because we saw in the previous fight, in the previous rounds, the Malaysian teams are so comfortable in holding the ground. They have the better, they have larger number of people, and not only that, they're so good in just pressuring the Singaporeans into making mistakes and splitting them up in forces. So that's something that the Singaporeans have to deal with. However, we will still have to wait a while more before this phase 3 begins to close right in. And if you're also watching this stream, do let us know in the comments below, what you're excited about in new coming update. There's going to be new guns in Vikendi as well. It's going to be an exclusive gun to the map. And not only that, there will be nighttime and Aurora will be instilled as well. So that's nice, pretty decent cinematographics. It's already in the test server. If you like, you can go right down to try it out. Once again, a big shout out to our sponsors Zawi, GAM3ASIA and Orange Esports for making this possible. It's not every day that you get to see a mass bloodbath between two countries, and it's pretty interesting because at the start of the first game, you can see both sides, both Singapore and Malaysia, they were not really playing as a nation. They were still in a squad mode. Both sides still trying to figure out what was the right strategy for them. But as the circles start to progress and this map started to go on, we can see a very clear strategy coming up from both sides. They know what they want. Singaporeans playing a little bit more defensive, the Malaysian teams playing right in the center of the circle, showing their dominance in terms of control. So that's the interesting part that we're going to see from both sides. Once again, the circle closing on Los Leones. Will it betray the Singaporean side once again, as we see the Malaysian teams coming in from the west side? No casualty as of yet. Oh, and Picado is empty as of now. Be right, the scout for the Singaporean side spots out those vehicles coming in. You can see the Malaysian teams already moving their way right into church over here. I believe it's Gasky who's caught right in the zone, and I'm not really sure whether or not his teammate can reach to him in time. He has 38 seconds left, and it's starting to hurt quite a little bit. We could be spotting our first casualty of the game. Not sure how he injured himself. Should be off a vehicle. He's trying to make his way as fast as possible. Down to 10 seconds. This is going to be a close call. Oh, Gasky tries to make it out, but he will be... And the zone claims him right there. Team 17 here, taking point for the Singaporean teams. And look at the way they are diverging at this point. They're starting to move towards the west side, trying to flush out the Malaysian teams. But look at the numbers that they're converging with. They're moving like a unit. It's so hard to break their formation up. And looks like we have a Malaysian team going for the crate as well. Be right already there. Oh, and he's staying silent. I'm not really sure whether or not this is the safest strategy for B right. And he tries to make a way out of the zone. Viper here going for the crate, but he should have realized that, you know, it's already been looted by, I do believe it is B, right? Yep. So he will make his way back to the Malaysia contingent. As the zone starts to close in 10 seconds, this is where we're going to see whether or not the strategies play out for both sides. So B right there, getting in the tier 3 backpack. And that's pretty good for himself. However, he's pretty looted at this point in time. The scout of the Singaporean contingent going right for it. Malicious over here, they spot the Malaysian teams coming right up to the opposing reach. And guns away they go. Malicious over here. Trying to snipe out those Malaysian teams, but it's just so hard, you know, for them to pick it out. Sweet over here, breaking right into the middle of the ranks. He's driving right into the middle, right into where Team 16 is. And B right, the scout of the Singaporean contingent, just driving right in the middle of the squad. Bondilicious with these 8 times, what can he do with it? And Ioki spots out B right, who's just boldly riding into sunset over there. And Paradox here spots out the member of team number 5, tries to get a couple of shots in, will not land any at this point of time, but the Malaysian teams are firing back as well. Rage Kid has the car at 4 times, so Maruku-chan over here spots 2 Singaporeans running right across the road, and they're just trying to fire as much as possible, trying to pick off those HP as the game goes. Has 8 times, not enough at this point of time, but it will definitely will be. Circle still not closing as of yet. And Maverick over here, they spot the Malaysian team 1 right by the reach. They're trying to get out of range at this point, but trying to fire as much as possible. Revenant as well has the 4 times. Could definitely do with 8 times, but there's not much you can complain about as of now. Spots team number 1 in the horizon, but he doesn't have the clearance of shots. And Captain Mungus, he has the clearance of shots, goes for it onto Black. And Revenant as well, they're trying to stop this wave coming in from the Malaysian side, and they're taking out both north and south. So the Malaysian contingent have broken up into 2 parts, one coming in from the north side where the church was, and one coming from the south, and it's going to be interesting about how they're going to deal with the split. They do spot someone out there. It's down. He gets taken out by Super Nasha. Delicious fires back in response. Maverick covers up the rest of the teammates. They do spot out Anna Deka there, who gets finished off by Black. Looks like it's going to be a team kill. And Young In and team, they are holding the fort for the Singaporean side. They're not going to allow them to take up the south as easily as the Malaysians want to. The rest of his teammates coming to his rescue. I'm Nix over here, going to flank from the east side. With a 4 times on this car, goes for the shot, misses it. And we have a bloody blood fight in the north side. Aoki pinned right down in the building itself. Mungus over here, taking his time, choosing his shot, goes for the nade. EMS as well, joining the rest of the teams, and you can see both sides now starting to move towards the center. It's a battle of control over here as they control those zones. Where will the circle land this time round? And the Hughesmongers here lands a couple of shots onto Viper, but that's not enough to take out the Malaysian as he retreats back to safety. Aoki here being really aggressive. He could be able to get himself into the best position if he avoids all those nades coming in. Team number 16 could find themselves in the tick spot. So many of these team members coming from the south side, but the Singaporeans are closer into the zone than the Malaysians are. They have 3 teams coming in from the north. And look at the quick rotation coming in from the rest of the Malaysians. That's good strategy right there. B right still scouting the zone, making sure it's safe for any of the members coming in. And you can see the suppressed fire coming in from the rest of the Malaysians. That's pretty smart over there, leaving a couple of teammates left. Sui over here with the 4 times on the car. Could he get one more kill for his team? He will not be able to do so, but Bionymic gets a knockdown. He's really important on the north side. Lim Chi In yes as well, part of the surprising fire group. Oh, Aoki here takes the shot onto Gunless 2K, who gets knocked down. But what is this? FFG really close. Viper as well. He gets a couple of shots right in. Bonnie Leisha is trying to knock him down, and he must be wishing for a nade. He has one in the back. Will he use it? Goes right for the nade. Doesn't connect. Oh, Bonnie Leisha spots out Black, but he gets knocked right down. He has his teammate by his side, but it's the wrong teammates. Oh, Mungus over here trying to fire the Idola, and DJ Law will be the one to knock him down. There's no members of team number 8 close by for that heal. Same for Bondelicious. You can see Team MSK here holding up the building, making sure they can cover as much position as possible. It's Downey, has it 6 times. It's going to come into play really important soon. Viper here getting the kill to Mungus. Oh, he gets a headshot onto Shafilza. Fires down to 1-2, gets taken out by Super Shah from the back. Viper here pushing up into the building. And he looks like he's trying to throw the net into where Pudding is. Oh, and that's not exactly a good throw over there. He tries to make it into the 4th level of the building. It's pretty hard to get him right there. DJ Law finishes off Idola, and Lim Ji In will go down to the zone. Oh, he throws where DJ Law is. Almost makes it right into the window. But you know what? Viper says, guess what? I'm going to get this job done by myself. Tries to make his way right into the building, but the rest of the team are rotating from the north side. Aoki doing a good job of breaking into the building. Tries to go right in, runs right into DJ Law. Misses those shot, but Aoki will bring down Hans X Kai. 21 HP, so close over there. He will try to run for cover. He has to reload at this point, but will get knocked down by It's Downey. And will get finished off as well. Sausage over here doing a good job of taking down B right. And the scout for the Singaporean side has been finally taken out. You can see this is a close fight for both sides. They're taking the time to cover right in. Malaysians swamping from the north side. Singaporeans holding their ground. But as the circle closes, how long can the Singaporeans hold before those numbers come into play? Live action. He has a good angle of it. If he chooses to go out right now, he could take out a couple of members. 13A, 13YX. Good Kobe over there to take out DJ LOL. Oh, it's down. He spots out Nexus as well. And will he be going for the kill? He's hiding right behind the building. Goes right out, spots out Nexus. And runs right where Nexus is. Nexus has no idea where the fire is coming from. Brings down Nexus close to down HP. But he will be able to heal himself out. Now it's down. His position has been given away. He goes right back into the fight. Spots out Lucifer. Goes for the kill. He's really aggressive over here. He takes his time. Spots out two members. It's a trap. But it's down. He brings down two members as well. But Adam Ban, how long can they hold this position for? There's three members for the side of team number 4 goes down. The rest of the fight, good grenade over there, takes out Papa Flame as well. Ludification goes out. First Singaporean team is down. And Mario Kuchan gets knocked out as well. It's a bloodbath at this point of time. Maverick trying to hold his ground as the Malaysian team stomp this building. He's trying to hold himself in the toilet. Runs right into where Prince Cash is. Prince Cash eliminated right on the spot. The Molly almost catches him on fire. But he will have the space to heal himself up using the first aid kit. Whereas the rest of the blood fight are happening right around him. Dijavuk's trying to make his best. Finds the shot over there. He spots out the head. Shafiza, but he doesn't have the clear shot. Spots out Black as well. Will he go for the kill? He spots out one member. Might be going for the shot over there. He spots out Legendary X in the building as well. How long can he hold his silence for? Goes for the shot. Takes out a number kill. But Dijavuk is spotted right out. And in return, the Black takes out Dijavuk. Nothing he can do over there. And Imnix takes out Kings, but it's a bloodbath. Singaporean teams just going down left, right, center. Malaysian teams are stopping this. They're taking this fight by storm. Eames over here trying his best to create as much space as possible for his fellow Singaporeans, but there's not much he can do. X-Bane over here. The Bane, he knows where Banana is, but can he do it? He goes for the Molly. Molly's where Else is, but Else is on a vehicle, so that should be fine. He goes for the shot, tries to go for the Bane, but there's just too many bodies in the way. Brought down to 8 HP. If someone has a grenade, now is a good time to use it. Lucifer over there brings down Misery as well. That's gonna hurt team number 16 over there. And the rest of the Malaysians are making their way into the smoke. And he runs right in. Oof over there takes him down. But not only that, Draco trying his best to knock down as many members as possible. But the Singapore team will go down. Paradox, the only remaining, or rather with Gunless 2K, the two remaining members for the Malaysian side. Imnix as well tries his best. And look at the zone. How long can he run outside for? Brought down to 9 HP. And the zone will claim him. Gunless 2K and Paradox, the only two remaining member of the Singaporean side. 2 versus 18. Can they make the dream come alive? But there's not much cover where they are. And not only that, they have the zone up against their back. It's just so hard for the Singaporeans to deal with it. Eliza spots him out. Gunless 2K goes for the snipe. Has an AK as well, but he doesn't have the best of scopes. tries to make his way right around the construction site, but he's almost going to get flanked by Els over here, who's already taking up position right in the building, goes right into the first floor. And he will spawn out Gunless 2K as well as Paradox. Goes for the kill as well, brings the Paradox down to 30 HP. Gunless 2K down to 5. Oh, but Moose could be able to get a kill over here. Goes up to the second building as well, but he doesn't really have the angle over here. And look at the amount of beauty surrounding them. Gunless 2K spots his head right out. How long can they hold themselves? Grenades left, right and center as Gunless 2K goes right in and Paradox goes down as well. And this is it. Malaysia takes round number 4 once again. They have 3 rounds in the bag, so I'm not really sure whether or not Singapore's team can take the last round, but nevertheless, GG to Malaysia as they pick up the 3rd round in succession. So while we wait for the teams to knock right out, let's just go through a recap for the Malaysian side. They were doing so well from start to end. They were really patient. They stuck to their guns. They knew what worked for them. They avoided the center of the circle when they knew that the Singaporeans were going to, be commanding it. And that was just a classic play over there by the Malaysian side. They were just so comfortable with their rotation. They knew what worked out from the start, and you can kind of see the unison that they were trying to go for. And they traveled in a very, very disciplined way, especially from the south side. They knew they had to rotate right around it. They had the numbers, so they were trying to rotate right where B right was, and B right was kind of like the scout for the Singaporean side. Especially when we saw him, going right around Picado. He was at south of Graveyard. He had the scope. He was just scoping right onto Picado. He let the Singaporeans knew that what, Picado is safe, and so the Malaysians were just focusing, converging onto Chumachira, and it was just so hard for the Singaporeans to deal with, especially even with the circle in their favor. There was not much the Singaporeans to do. So GG to both sides, but it looks like the Malaysian teams are just looking so strong. I'm not really sure whether or not there's any way for the Singaporeans to deal with it. However, we will be playing in Sunhook for the last map of the day. That will be map number 5, and Sunhook is a really, really small map as compared to Eventual and Mirama, so it's going to be hard for the Singaporeans to deal with, especially when the map is so small. There's not much loot to go around when you have like 60 members in the nearby area. So while that happens, we will go for a break, but when we are right back, we'll be showing the tabulated scores from round 1 to round 4, and we'll be headed into Sunhook. Things not looking really good for Singapore at this point of time, so yeah, I'm rooting for them, but things don't look good. We'll hit the short break, and when we are right back, we'll bring you game number 5. Alright, and we are back for the eXTREMESLAND Intercity Cup. This is map number 5 and we are playing on Sunhook, so it's going to be a lot smaller as compared to the previous two maps, Eranjo and Miramar, which they played in round number 1 to 4 respectively. The first two rounds on Eranjo, the next two rounds on Miramar. So Malaysia taking 3 of those 4 maps and Singapore only taking the first map. Will they be able to get one back in the back to make it really close? Let's just take a look at the flight path as of now. It's almost horizontal from the west side to the east, so we're gonna see a lot of teams dropping at Paradise. Oh my god, look at the number of teams just headed for the resort. And we're gonna see a couple of Malaysian teams dropping in boot camp as well. It looks like Singaporeans have abandoned the plan. They are definitely going rogue this time round. So let's just take a look at where these teams are headed for. Alright, so most of the teams are definitely looking to, crowd around those popular areas. We have a couple of teams in resort, in fact 5 teams at resort. There's a couple of teams in bootcamp itself. Lucifer dropping down, just taking out Aoki on the spot right there. And Bionymic getting the return kill, or the L's getting return kill, Bionymic. And team 5 and 4 going head to head at this point of time. Right in the middle of the battle over here, looks like Tick Line will be taking part as well. And team 4, the first team to be eliminated right now. Chaifiza as well. Looks like they might be going for the kill. 2-1-2 takes out B right. In the first 4 rounds, we saw a lot of action in the later parts of the game, and this is what you get when you when you pretty much put 2 teams, practically just 2 teams, into the map. They are looking to kill one another as of now. Anak, the Haka, takes out, I believe it's Lena over there, TY King, and these two sides have been so competitive throughout the day. Malaysian teams definitely coming up above in terms of the number of kills and the number of rounds as well. Nana over here with an SR and a 3 times as well, and in Sunhook, it's a lot smaller as compared to the previous 2 maps, so we could see action sooner than later as compared to the previous rounds. We see Singaporean teams just camping in Paradise Resort, preparing for the arrival of the Malaysian side, who looks like they might be killing one another in boot camp. Banana here with a couple of shots. Misery as well, pushing towards the south side, and YT Sausage gonna take on the kill on the DJ Bet. And Proboso with the DMR, he has no scope though, so not really sure whether or not he should take the team fight. He's headed to where the Malaysian teams have already left at Lakawi, and I'm pretty sure it's looted at this point of time. And just above this ridge we have Devised as well, who will get caught up by Team 11 if he is not fast enough to get out of the area. Oh, and Lim Ji spots out Grass Jelly over here, will run right into it. Just hiding right behind the tree at this point. Grass Jelly gonna hit right back into the house. Grass Jelly and Lim Ji in a 1v1 face-off. And Grass Jelly with the molly. Oh, brought down to solo go! And down to 1 HP, and looks like the molly will catch him out. And Grass Jelly right to the face. Will take him out as well. Quadro SG right here, right now. Battle Royale Singapore going up against team number 10. And Proboso, DMR spots out Device, tries to spray a couple of shots on him, landing nothing at all. Oh, that's good shot over there, but he gets the return shot as well, brought down to 71 HP, should have enough time to heal up, and he's gonna seek cover right behind the ledge. And Aini goes head to head with Merrick and brings him down right as well. Aini has been such a class player for Malaysia side. You know, in the second round in Miramar, he himself brought down 7 to 8 kills, and that's just insane. Coming up for Aini, he was right in the middle of the Singaporean squad, and he was just really patient as well. He was hiding right in the patch of grass where no one could spot him. This is where we're going to see Adam Ben and 13YX getting a taste of the Malaysian medicine. Bonnelicious going there with the nade. Will he be able to get the kill? Should be able to do so. That's a good nade as well, coming out for Bonnelicious to clear him out. Adam Ben, the only remaining member on this ledge. It looks like they might be going for the kill. Look at him getting bombarded left, right and center. Right behind this tree. He's trying to heal himself right up, but look at the number of Singaporeans just running right up this ledge. How long can he survive for? And he gets overwhelmed as well. Adam Ben not being able to hold his ground. Notification goes right up the ledge, gets out devised. Good flank coming in as well. Elliot Xavier could be in a little bit of trouble as well. Might hides right behind the tree. It looks like they might be going right against Papa Flame. Oh, Elliot. So clinical over there to pick him out. But Ludification comes to the rescue. The 1v1 Ludification doesn't really make much use of the higher ground. Will get picked off by Elliot over there. Oh, he spots out Quadro as well. So clinical. Takes down 3 members by himself. And not only that, he will go and help out Device. Throws a smoke right there for safety measure. It looks like they might be going for a Young In leading the line as well. And look at the Singaporean teams, they are moving like a unit. 4 squads just moving side by side as they look to comb into the center of the circle. Oh, the Jabet tries to run right out of the grenade's way. Brought down to 36 HP. That was really close. Black keeping point as well. Tries to go for the shot. And it looks like it's Els that will get the backstab. Look at this. This is such a scary sight to behold. And this is what the Singaporeans were looking at in the previous rounds. Malaysia's team just combing in one straight line. And Tickline, does he know what's in store for him just behind this hill as he makes his way to the road? As the Singaporean team start to gather right in the center of the circle, the zone should be closing pretty soon. And Momified looks like to be the only stray Singaporean by the east side. And look at that, the number of Singaporeans just making their way right into the center itself. Running right up to the hill. Not giving a damn about whether there are not any opponents on the opposing ridge, but team number 1 just gonna camp themselves right in the house itself. And Sui has got himself up in quite a neat position over here. And there we see Black and Els just by the top of the hill on the west side as B-Right checks out to make sure there's no one coming in from boot camp. But the trees will be blocking, where FFG are. But not for long. Sooner or later they will run into each other, and this is where it gets really, really scary for FFG. They're running right down the hill. They should be able to spot out K-Chow. But whether or not they have enough firepower to take out Boom and B-Right. Oh, and L spots out Grass Jelly, but the sheer number of B-Right and Grass Jelly just runs right in. Black trying to support his teammate, but there's not much that he can handle as well. Right behind this tree, he has to fire right down, but overpowered by K-Chow as Team Fire gets knocked out of the game. And 3 members of the Singaporean team just gonna hide right beside the care package, and they're all just snatching for the loot, having a little bit of fun over there. Hugemonger's the only Singaporean away from the rest of the contingent. He's just gonna creep right behind team number 7 here, but he knows he's alone, so he's gonna take precautions as he slowly makes his way from building to building to get better loot as well. He has the 6 times, and at this point of time it doesn't really matter because I'm expecting Singaporeans to just overrun in terms of sheer force. They have a couple of squads left for the Malaysian side. That's 4 squads still remaining: Team 1, Team 3, Team 2 and Team 10. So we'll see if numbers do matter. We have seen that it does for the previous 4 rounds, or the 3 rounds. For the first one in Ranjo and the next 2 maps on Miramar, Malaysian teams were just so unified. They travel like a unit and they overrun the Singaporeans with sheer firepower and numbers. So that's I guess this is a reversal role for map number 5. A little bit of a consolation for the Singaporean side. Captain Huge Mongoose finally gets caught out right there, all by his own, with no support whatsoever. While the rest of his contingent just gonna follow this Singaporean body that is moving like a monster. And the circle starts to close down on Query, and you can see the Malaysian teams are happy by just staying put over there. They're just gonna wait for these Singaporeans to come right in. Like I said, this is really similar except for that the roles are reversed. Oh, Mr. Flank spots out 3 Singaporean members over there. Will he go for the shot? Oh, Mr. Flank goes for boom as well. Accurate shots to bring him down. Instantly knocks him out right off the game. Mr. Flank spots out B right, and most of the Singaporean players are right in the open. And Tick Line is trying to hold his line over here. Brings down live action, but Bloody PDP comes to the rescue. Dijavux brings down Sui. He has 71 HP, gonna heal himself up as of now, bombarded by grenades. He tries to make his way down, but it's down. He's gonna bring down both Sui and Tick Line. Herpy goes down as well. Grass Jelly. Oh, 3 shots from Mr. Flank is all it took. But he will have to rescue his teammate as he tries to make his way down to the other hut to recover his ally. Oh, he spots out Johnny Shout, who just runs from hut to hut. Good shot over there by Mr. Flank. Just to hold his anger as he revives his teammate. There's a couple of Singaporeans coming right up to his hut. How long can he hold there? Mr. Flank tried to hold out his anger, but he's flanked out from both sides. Smoke as well. Wandelicious just right beside him. Does he have any idea that there's someone right behind Mr. Flank? Going for it. Pudding takes down Herpy, and Mr. Flank is all by himself, down to 10 HP. And Pudding rushes right in to close out the Malaysian. T4 still alive at this point. Yimis gets out 1v fight. Oh, Gunless 2K brings Eliza to really low, but It's Downey will be the one to pick up the kill. Misery pushing right up, but 2-1-2 holding his ground, takes down 2 members as well, brings down Yong In, and It's Downey is all by his own. 2-1-2 brings down It's Downey. Hans Kai takes out 3 members of Team 2 as they get eliminated right in 9th place. 2-1-2 with the nades, but gets flanked out by DJ Law. There's just too many Singaporeans for the Malaysian side to deal with. Elliot fires right into the distance. Device takes down DJ Law. And Elliot has to seek for cover. Look at that. Everyone converging into the center at this point of time. Nightmare King just hiding right behind this tree. There's so little cover available on Sunhook, which shouldn't be the case because it's quite forested, but looking at where the circle closes, it's quite open. Nightmare King's over here. Has the 6 times, goes for the shot. B right has SR as well. They're looking over the hill right here. They spot out Nightmare King, who's hiding right behind the tree. But how long can he hide for? He takes down 1. Pudding goes for the kill over there. Grass Jelly brought down. Priest Cash gets the, or rather It's Down. He gets the return kill on the Priest Cash as well. Debate will finish him off, and Pudding will close out Nightmare King. As 2 members of Team 3 are caught right down there. Bad positioning to deal with. You can see the rotation of the Singaporean team. They're just going to comb the whole area at this point of time. Taking their time to reroute. Zibane under fire as well. Runs right for shelter. Knows where the opponents are. They are right behind the arc over there. And Gezi will be firing. They know where Lepar Malkendrix is. He's waiting for the pick coming out from Lepar. Kecho gets 5 kills as well as Xmox gets eliminated by the zone. FJJ pushing right in. He spots out Lepar, but he doesn't have the scope right in. He gets flanked out. He has no idea where Malkendrix is, and Malkendrix will close the queue out. Hanskai goes down as well. The rest of the Singaporean team is pushing right into the zone, and they take the warehouse by storm. They run right in. He's trying to get the queue up. He knocks down Super Nashe. And Team 7 gets eliminated. 4th place. And they run right around. They're trying to spot out if there's any more Malaysian teams. But looks like all that is left are Singaporean teams. So Singapore will take map number 5. So congratulations to Singapore. They finally get the consolation round. Not too bad for a team that has lesser players to begin with. So 3 in the way for Malaysia and 2 in the way for Singapore. Congratulations to Malaysia. They will take the Intercity Cup. However, for the individual winners, we will have to wait while the scores are tabulated. But it has been interesting so far for both sides, as looks like Team MSK will pick up the last round. So once again, congratulations to Malaysia. They got the majority of the rounds in the end. 3 rounds as compared to Singapore's 2. It has been quite fun. In the last round itself, we saw a couple of the Malaysian teams going head to head. I think they were trying to acquire more points for themselves. But fair play to Singapore. They still played, stick to their guys. They wanted to win the round as a whole, and that's what they did. They went on the mission. They managed to claim round number 5. But that has been it for the Intercity Cup. Once again, a big shout out to Zawi, a big shout out to GAM3ASIA, and a big shout out to Orange Esports for coordinating the Malaysian side. So it has been pretty fun. Hopefully we do see more of these competitions coming out. You have been watching eXTREMESLAND Intercity Cup. My name is Aries, and I will be signing out. See you in the next event.